selection of prompts. We'll get into more prompts in a bit. Let's start it off nice and easy. Qwen 3 4B. Now Mac Studio is running the MLX version because that's what's optimized for running on Apple Silicon, so why not? Let's run the most optimized thing. Load model on both and boom. Let's go. I think that these are both acceptable results as far as speed goes, but I think it's pretty obvious that Mac Studio is way faster. And that Mac Studio is the M3 Ultra with 96 gigs of RAM. It's the lowest variant. They go up to 512 gigabytes. We got 144 tokens per second on that. That's crazy. I'm gonna stop this one because it just keeps going. Lowest variant, they go up to 512 gigabytes. We got 144 tokens per second on that. That's crazy. I'm gonna stop this one because it just keeps going. 52 tokens per second here. So I'd say quite a bit of a difference there. Okay, Alex, you're not being fair. You're comparing Apple Silicon's best chip right now to AMD's best mobile chip. But I wanted you to know where we are right now as far as what's available right now for these form factor machines, small form factor. Yes, Apple Silicon machine is much more expensive than this one, but how does this AMD chip stack up against the other AMD options that are out there, which are substantially cheaper than Mac Studios? And for those of you that are curious about this, I am running Vulkan Llama CPP, and on AMD you basically have three options. You can run CPU, which is going to be really slow. You don't want to do that. If it runs on a CPU, it's not using the GPU power to run in parallel. That's an oversimplification, but for this video, it'll do. We also have ROCm, which is AMD's API to be able to run LLMs and image generation models on AMD hardware. And we also have Vulkan, which is kind of a third-party API, but it runs across multiple platforms, and it happens to be one of the best ones right now. That's what I ran it on right now. If I run this on ROCm, well, let's just take a look. So I got 52.8 tokens per second using Vulkan, and if I do the exact same prompt using ROCm, let's see what we get. This is the latest LM Studio as of right now, using the latest ROCm libraries and the latest Vulkan libraries. We get 60 tokens per second. So a little bit better. I'm actually surprised here because ROCm didn't do so well when it comes to larger models. So this is a very small 4 billion parameter model, but I did test this on a few of these larger models. And to save you some time, I actually did my automation script against a bunch of different machines, including this one and including the M3 Ultra. So let's take a look at that. All right, here we go. Now, in case you're not familiar with the way the AI 395 Plus Max Plus Ryzen Strix Halo machine runs, you can basically choose how much is allocated to the GPU from the BIOS setting. You can set it to auto, which on some machines you can do, but on other machines you can't. On this machine you cannot. You can either choose 64 or 96. So here are both options, and look at the difference here. 96 gives us, that's the blue one by the way, that gives us a lot more performance than 64. For example, that medium architecture prompt that I just ran, 72 tokens per second for Qwen 3 Coder 30B, and on the 64 gigabyte setting, we got 67 tokens per second, so quite a bit less, with a bit more variance too between the runs. By the way, the script that I wrote runs multiple times and then takes the average, and then has the standard deviation that shows up like this little bar right here. The extra long programming prompt, which is about 30,000 tokens for a prompt. Yeah, it's big. We still have 22 tokens per second for the 96 gigabyte setting, and we have 13.9 tokens per second for the 64 gigabyte setting. A big difference. You know what else makes a big difference? Right now, I'm on Linux here. I'm on Fedora 42, but I also ran these on Windows. And wouldn't you know, something you might already kind of suspect, yeah, it's faster on Fedora 42 than on Windows. So the red one here is Fedora 42. We got, for that medium architecture prompt, 70 tokens per second and 65.9 tokens per second for the same exact model, for the same exact prompt on Windows. And you can pretty much see that all throughout. By the way, these are available on my GitHub, at least the data. You still have to run the script to generate the charts. Now, as far as the machine goes, the machine came with Windows 11 pre-installed and runs beautifully well. Everything's fine with it, although I did find a couple of blog posts saying that the NICs needed to be upgraded. Firmware issues, you can always upgrade that. I'm talking about hardware only here and the chip. All those other firmware and software issues can be mitigated. But I'd say if you're going to be releasing a product, you probably want to check that first. Make sure you do a lot of testing. I think they were in a rush to get this out, and yeah, they were probably one of the last companies to get a machine out, but they did, and it's out, and now they just need to update some of the firmware. I'd say the Windows implementation runs really well. However, the Fedora implementation had some quirks. My mouse would die once in a while, I'd had to reboot. The screen would freeze once in a while, I had to reboot. I'm sure that's all going to be taken care of, but I thought I would mention it. Now, this is the interesting part. How does this compare with the other machines that have the exact same chip? I'm gonna start off with a negative, okay? Forgive me. And yes, I went into the BIOS, I set it to performance mode, best performance, as I did on all the other machines. But this one is consistently the loudest machine in the room, and if you're sitting right next to it, you're gonna hear it. However, that is not without its benefits, because it's also the fastest. Let me show you. So here's Qwen 3 Coder 30 billion again, 64 gigabytes allocated for the GPU, which means the other 64 are allocated for the system memory. Here's the 96 gigabyte allocation, does a little bit better. And let's take a look at the Framework desktop, which I really like. It works amazingly well. Everything just works. It's almost a silent machine. I really liked it. I did a whole review on it. You can check it out. I'll link to it down below. However, if we take a look at the tokens per second, if we only take a look at that, then this machine blows it out of the water. Here's a 64 gigabyte GPU allocation for the Framework desktop in orange. You can see that the Beelink one is way faster. And here's the 96 gigabyte allocation. It's a little bit faster than orange, but still the Beelink machine destroys it, especially over here. Medium architecture prompt. Again, the Beelink GTR 9, this machine right here, 72 tokens per second for this model. Framework desktop, 51 tokens per second. I mean, those are both good numbers, but still, you can see it's pretty consistent that the Beelink machine beats the Framework machine. Except the really long prompts. Over there, the Framework machine actually does really well. Let's take a look at the int8 quantization. The other one was int4 quantization. So here we're doing pretty well too. Medium architecture, we've got 48 tokens per second. That's 64 gigabyte allocation. Framework desktop still does a little bit worse, 37.7 tokens per second. The GMK Tech Evo X2, which does a little bit better than the Framework one, quite a bit better in some of these cases, but still 46 tokens per second for medium architecture, which is a bit lower than the Beelink desktop. And that one was the fastest until now. Now, the M3 Ultra. Let's take a look at that one. Boom. Yeah, you can see that just different scale here. We're working with a different level. Medium architecture for that particular prompt is 72 tokens per second in int8 quantization. Now, a couple of other interesting points I want to point out here about this machine. GPT OSS 20 billion. It's a model that's pretty popular. It's by OpenAI. It ran it under Vulkan, but it would not work under ROCm. And it's only on this machine that it wouldn't do it. It ran it fine on the Framework desktop. It ran it fine on the GMK desktop. Wouldn't work here. Here's a chart in case you're interested. GPT OSS 20B. This is under Vulkan, and it does quite well, except the really long prompts where it just says, I don't think I'm gonna do that one. The extra long repo prompt. Actually, now that I look at it, it does do pretty well across most of these medium-sized prompts. So, not bad. Just ROCm, for some reason, would not work very well. Now, I know that ROCm works on this chip, and it works quite well. In fact, you can check Donato Capitella's channel. I'll link to it down below. He's got a couple of videos. He's built a few different toolboxes to be able to containerize these different APIs and run them and run benchmarks on them, and they work very well. I've already shown this on my Framework video. You can check that out. But for a lot more detail, see his channel. So overall, this machine does pretty well. There are some quirks, but I think that's just BIOS version and firmware and software related, which will probably be ironed out month.
the hell, bro? Oh. Why, bro? Ah.
The estimated SOF is 839. Let's go points racing. Waiting on the final car to grid. Green, green, green. Right side, clear. Car on your left. Still there, hold your line. Clear, go left. There's an incident ahead.
Oh. Sorry bro, need to dodge it.
Ten minutes to go. You're now in third. Left side. Still there, hold your line. Keep to the right. Clear. The next car's the leader. You're in second position right now. You've got the fastest lap. Five minutes to go. You've got the fastest lap. Car right. Clear on the right. Right side. Keep to the left. Clear. Right side, clear.
Bro, what's happening? No, no, don't hit me.
You've got damage on the right side. We got damage on the front end. That aero damage is probably slowing you a lot. The car behind is closing on you. The gap is 2.7 seconds. Car 9 has taken the lead. Car on your left. Clear on the left. White flag, white flag. The leader just did a 47.594. You've got the fastest lap. You're back in second. You're pulling away from the car behind. The gap is 2.6 seconds. Checkered flag, checkered flag.
What makes you fast in racing? There's a lot of things in this lesson that intermediate and advanced drivers forget and just ignore because they kind of focus too much on the details of driving and they end up forgetting what is the main principle of racing. What are the main things that you should focus on to actually find lap times and go fast. So pay a lot of attention to this lesson regardless of your level, because everything that I say here is the base foundation regardless of how advanced the techniques you are trying and learning. In this lesson, we are going to revisit the objective of motorsports, the basic physics behind racing, and how to read.
XQC stand.
Say Chrysalis could have cut a tree, he doesn't have a quelling blade or a tango. So I found another awesome play by 33 playing Axe. They fight outwards on the side and start chasing Chrysalis. Look what 33 does. He iron branches in front of him to block the path. And for all of you that will say Chrysalis could have cut a tree, he doesn't have a quelling blade or a tango, so he has no counterplay available. In this clip, we have Whitemon, the GOAT, playing Jakiro. This is actually the same game. They're making a play mid with BZM because he is destroying this game. He has 5k net worth at this time in the game. They just killed mid one, but BZM drops super low. Check how they save him. Whitemon uses smoke in the very last second to disjoint the incoming tower hit, which would actually get BZM killed. BZM, he drops the mandatory tip to his bro, firm handshake. This is Boxy on one of his signature heroes, Tusk. This play is hilarious because I feel like I haven't seen this one before. So Boxy, he is slightly too late here to pull the wave with his hero. So he goes for a rather interesting play. He actually goes to throw a blood grenade to now gain aggro of the wave, because they don't want to lane into Falcon's heroes. This is for all the people that hate supports. This is Yatoro abusing a Templar Assassin trick to deal right-click damage through Decrepify. Without this, Snaking would have lived. Here's another time where he used it within the same game. This is because Psyblade's damage type is pure. This means two things. First, you can deal damage through Decrepify and Ghost Scepter as shown here. And second of all, you ignore all armor of the target because your Psyblades actually deal pure damage through the splash. I'm giving the Pugna some plate mails. Check out this damage difference. It goes from 68 a hit to like 290 average. That's more than 4 times damage increase, which is insane. This is the GOAT Miposhka actually in the same game versus Team Falcons. Sometimes it's the small details that make a big difference. He has a ward that sees Skeeter farming, so he smokes himself and then he goes to pick up collapses like in summons in the smoke. With this, he gets a perfect angle to now kill the enemy hard carry. He forces 2 TPs and he forces 3 heroes to show themselves on the map, which gives his team the entire map control. All of this through one solo play of a position 5. And this is how Dota snowballs at the very top level. I hope you all enjoyed this video, and if you haven't seen episode
XQC stands on business after receiving backlash for saying the N-word. Oh shit.
I said the N-word while talking about him because I wanted to. It adds style to my dialogue, so I said it. It adds some character to my vocabulary. So I did it. I ripped it. Yep, I did that. What about it? It adds style to my dialogue, so I said it.
Are we back?
It adds some character to my vocabulary. So I did it. I ripped it.
Oh god. XQC stands on business after receiving backlash for saying the N-word. Oh shit.
I said the N-word.
Hopefully we'll stay out of jail on this.
Reach perfection. This lesson is also a summary of everything else that we are going to teach you throughout this series of courses and the order of priority of things that you have to learn before you go to the next step and to the next step as you get better. All right, so what is the objective of motorsports again? First of all, be the first to reach the finish line. And in order to be capable of doing that, you have to learn how to be the fastest around a lap. But in order to be the fastest around a lap, first, before anything else, you have to learn how to carry the most speed on a single corner. And it's very important to say a single corner because a lot of people think that motorsports is about going fast and fast and fast and braking late. But you have to remember that motorsports is about cornering speed, not top speed. This is actually way more important for real life drivers, but sim racers also tend to crash a lot or just try to brake super late and pray that the car is going to make the corner without understanding how to build up the cornering techniques so that you get up to speed.
Green flag, green flag. Okay, here comes your first time lap. One more lap. All right, there's the checkered flag. The estimated strength of field is 877. Green, green, green. There's an incident behind. Car right, clear on the right. Car right, clear on the right. Car right, clear on the right. You got a slow car on the right. Slow car ahead. Go left. 10 minutes to go. You've got wheel damage. Looks like one of your wheels is out of alignment. You'll have less grip out there. We got damage on the front end. Reduced aero might slow you down on the straights. Car stop on the left. Slow car ahead. Car stopped ahead. Go right. Left side. Still there. Clear on the left.
Going on.
Car right. Clear. Car on your left. Clear on the left. Go left. You've just set your fastest lap of the session. You're in 4th position. Five minutes to go. You got a slow car on the left. You got a slow car on the left. New fastest lap for you. Car on your left. Clear. Car right. You got a slow car on the left. Car stop on the left. Still there, hold your line. Go right. Clear. Still there, hold your line. Clear on the right. You're now in third. You got a slow car on the left. Car stop on the left. Go right. The leader just did a 48.988. White flag, white flag. There's the flag. It's over.
Speed more quickly and without getting frustrated and crashing all the time. The top speed will come after. After you improve your cornering speed, after you improve your corner approaches, naturally you will reach the top speeds without even thinking about it. Now, the basic physics behind racing essentially lie in that little contact patch between the tire and the track. That is where everything happens. That is where understeer happens. That is where oversteer, tire slip, tire locking, ABS, traction control, everything depends on what happens at that very small portion of the car that is connected to the track. So the more you understand how that works, even at a basic level, not necessarily between racing essentially lie in that little contact cornering techniques so that you get up to speed more quickly and without getting frustrated and crashing all the time. The top speed will come after. After you improve your cornering speed, after you improve your corner approaches, naturally you will reach the top speeds without even thinking about it. Now, the basic physics behind racing essentially lie in that little contact patch between the tire and the track. That is where everything happens. That is where understeer happens. That is where oversteer, tire slip, tire locking, ABS, traction control, everything depends on what happens at that very small portion of the car that is connected to the track. So the more you understand how that works, even at a basic level, not necessarily a chemical or physical level, you can way more quickly improve your driving and feel more connected to the car and to what's happening to it. And through that contact between the tire and the track, we can have two forces that are going to guide the car and accelerate and decelerate in cornering. We will break down these forces in two: longitudinal forces, basically acceleration or deceleration. And the acceleration is going to be limited by the engine, and at high speeds the car will stop going faster and faster because of drag, because of the wind and the air that the car is trying to cut through. There will be a limitation at that point, but at very low speeds there might be enough power to cause wheel spin. That's when the tire breaks grip and starts sliding against the track, not being able to push the car enough and breaking that grip. And we also have deceleration, which today, with the quality of the brakes that we have, it's very easy to reach that limit consistently. So through deceleration, you are going to be on the limit most of the time, which makes it one of the most important things in racing. Learn how to decelerate the car properly, because we are going to end up using that when we transition from that deceleration to cornering. And we have lateral forces, which are essentially any type of cornering. This is a pretty simple one. When the car turns, the tires deflect laterally, creating forces towards the inside of the direction the car is trying to go. And if they reach their limit and start giving up, the car starts sliding sideways. If the front tires start sliding first, the car starts to refuse the rotation and starts going straighter than you think. That is called understeer. If the rear tires break the grip first, then the car is not capable of keeping that rear, and the rear tires start going outwards more than the fronts, increasing the angle of slide of the car and causing that drift or oversteer, which will need a quick correction if it's too much. Now, one very important thing to note is that these longitudinal and lateral forces are both limited by the same thing. They are both limited by inertia. And inertia tells that a mass that is moving to a direction will want to keep going to that direction until some sort of force is created to a different direction. So if the car is going at 100 kilometers per hour and you want it to stop, you have to create a lot of forces against that direction, which is what the brakes do. And when you try to turn the car, inertia still wants the car to go straight. So you have to force against that, and the tires will really grab the track and try the best to create that force to fight inertia and force the car to turn. The better the tires, the more forces we can make, the better the car will turn and brake and accelerate. Now, these forces are competing for the tire. The tire has its own limit of grip, and that grip can be used completely to decelerate or accelerate the car, or it can be used completely for cornering. You can't really combine both. You can't have peak longitudinal deceleration and peak cornering at the same time. You can have peak longitudinal deceleration only if you're completely straight. And you can have peak cornering only if you're not too much on the brakes or too much on power. On acceleration, there are exceptions. Remember when I told you that if the car is going too fast and the wind is actually preventing it from going faster? Well, in that scenario, you're not really on the limit of the longitudinal forces, so you can still reach the peak cornering forces even though you're fully flat. But you will never be able to reach peak deceleration while having peak cornering because, like I said, the brakes are good. They are going to stop the car a lot, and you will not be able to rotate as much as the car would be capable if you weren't braking very hard. Now, this is a very, very common thing that advanced drivers forget for some reason. The speed and the rotation of the car will always be inversely proportional. That means if the car is faster, you have to rotate less. You will not be able to turn as much. And if you want to turn more, you have to decelerate to gain that capability of turning a tighter corner. Even though this sounds very obvious, we will show you many advanced examples where people just forget it because they're very busy thinking about some other advanced things like trail braking, jumping curbs, compound corners, lefts and rights, and so on. So it's very important to get back to this because we are going to refer back to speed versus rotation in more advanced lessons. So the faster the car is going, the less it will be able to turn. The slower the car, the more it will be able to turn. We will talk about this in an advanced way in our spirals lesson on the level 2 course from this series. And now I'm going to show you how to reach perfection. The way I organized this series of courses follows specifically the techniques that you have to learn in the right order to find the limit fast, in a safe way, without crashing or without guessing things, by actually feeling and testing and understanding the physics of a race car to such a level of understanding that you will not find anywhere else because I've been spending my whole life finding and building this structure. The level 1 course, this first one course that you're watching right now, is going to teach you safety and consistency. And if you apply everything that I teach here, I guarantee that you can get into the top 10% of the best drivers in the world. That's because just by learning how to apply these things, you're going to have enough understanding to be maybe 4 or 3 seconds off consistently and really hit the lap times all the time and never go off and never crash, because you're going to be learning how to really feel the grip and use that grip as a constraint, as a way for you to define your braking references, to define how much speed you're going to carry in the corners, and you're going to be able to replicate that, which allows you to do more laps. And if you do more laps, you have more fun, you drive more, and naturally your brain starts picking up more and more details. So I say 4 and 3 seconds off. That sounds like not a lot, not great, right? But that's the starting point. If you're a beginner right now, your objective is to get to 4 seconds off, 3 seconds off consistently and be able to do 20 laps. That is why one of the challenges on this series is to actually do 10 laps in a row and hit a specific target, not necessarily going faster, but just being consistent, because that is going to help you learn and absorb as much data as possible for the future. Then we are going to learn balance and speed. This is the level 2 course, and if you learn and do everything that I teach you there, you will have all the tools to become a top 5% driver in the world. And you should be able to be around 2 seconds off the best lap times. And again, you're gonna carry over that safety and consistency from level 1, and you're gonna find more and more lap times by understanding more precisely your inputs. You're gonna learn trail braking and many other little things that will allow you to really become more and more competitive compared to the majority of people that end up not practicing properly or that end up not doing coaching, for example. Then we're going to learn cornering precision. With that, you should be able to get into the top 2% even if you didn't go to level 4. Just level 1, 2, 3 already allows you to get to top 2%. In the level 3, I'm going to teach you how to understand the track to such a level of depth and precision that even a lot of real-life drivers ended up not understanding when I went to compete with them in real life. I'm going to teach you how to break down corners in a way that allows you to set up a plan about how you're going to attack the corner depending on the car that you have, depending on what next corner you have, and so on.
Green, green, green. Okay, here comes your first timed lap. One more lap.
And finally, level 4 mastery should allow you to get in the top 1% in the world. Everything that I teach there are things that I learned while getting myself into the top 0.1% over the years of professional sim racing that I did, and a lot of advanced things that I had to learn how to explain to teach my fast students that went on to become professional drivers or professional esports sim racers and so on. So that is the good stuff, but in order for you to really benefit from level 4, you have to really nail level 1, 2, and 3. You have to really understand the concepts and to really get a good, strong muscle memory, precise muscle memory, because the things on level 4 are very subtle, are very difficult to really feel because you need to be very sensitive to them, because we're gonna be talking about tips that are gonna give you a tenth or two per lap, or maybe hundreds of seconds per corner. In order to reach safety and consistency, you have to first understand how to properly decelerate the car. So braking consistency is the number one thing, be it in real life, well, especially in real life, or in the simulator, because you don't want to be crashing around or just guessing your braking points. So you need to learn how to get to the correct entry speed lap after lap and understand the braking limits in different cars. Then we will talk about
Checkered flag, checkered flag.
I will teach you how to learn new tracks quickly without making big guesses. You see that I'm talking a lot about big guesses here. That is because if you're not sure about what to do and you just try something just for the sake of trying, it might make your training a little bit too frustrating. It's very, very easy to develop bad habits if you try to do big guesses. And then finally, we are going to learn the very, very, very important techniques of inducing understeer and oversteer. Very important.
Good luck. The estimated strength of field is 925.
Oh,
Let's take opportunities.
good luck, bro. Good luck for you too, bro.
LeBron. Everyone's gritted. Green, green, green. Right side. Still there, hold your line. Stay on the left. Still there, hold your line. Clear. Right
Oh,
side.
fuck.
Clear on the
Bro,
right.
bro, bro.
Left side. Still there, hold your line. Still there, hold your line. Clear on the left. Left side. Still there, there's an incident ahead, car stopped on the right. Clear on the left.
Wow.
You got a slow car on the left. Car stopped on the left.
Wow.
Car on your left. Clear on the left. Car on your left. Clear on the left. Ten minutes to go. You're now in third. got some damage. Let's get that fixed.
Oh, fuck this, bro.
All the
A
damage
lot
is
of people
repairable.
after years of driving still don't know how to induce understeer and oversteer, and I'm gonna teach you here at the end of level 1 because that is going to be the foundation to the next levels, the beginning of the true understanding of the limit. What is the limit? We don't need to really understand that to get to 4 and 3 seconds off yet. Yes, it's going to help, it's gonna happen, you're gonna have to deal with it, but the true deep understanding will come on the next levels. Now, after you become safe and consistent, we are going to learn how to find balance and speed. I'm going to teach you trail braking mastery. I'm going to teach you how to use the pedals to steer the car properly and, most importantly, safely. I'm going to teach you the string theory, how to create a correlation between the steering and the braking for maximum grip usage for as long as possible during the corner. And then we're gonna get into a more advanced track learning. I'm gonna teach you how to master new tracks and get to the true limit in as few laps as possible. You don't need to spend 3, 4, 5 hours, again, doing big guesses and driving around until finally you get fast. No, you can study the track and you can understand how to drive the car, how to test the limit, so that you can get up to speed in as many as 2, 3, 5 laps, depending on your level. And obviously, satisfyingly, if you're a beginner, I can say, hey, in 30 minutes, you can be very fast in this track. Because I see a lot of people getting used to needing a full day of practice until they can be competitive in a track. That is unnecessary. If you learn how to learn a track fast with these lessons, you're gonna save a lot of time and you're gonna get up to speed and you can race way more quickly. And then after you get this strong foundation of being safe, consistent, and starting to find more speed and starting to be more competitive, we can start getting into more details. We can start getting into cornering precision. Only after you do these previous steps properly, I am able to teach you how to find the ideal lines of each car, depending on downforce levels, weight, and even the nature of the car. I can also finally teach you spirals and the maximum rotation point, the best way to structure the corners to a higher level of precision, staying on the limit consistently. Now we're gonna start spending more time on the limit. That's why it's so important to learn how.
5 minutes to go. All clear. Punch it. The leader just did a 47.129. White flag this time. Checkered flag, checkered flag.
how to feel the limit, how to visit the limit at first, and then we start to, be able to sit on the limit and carry that nice slide throughout the whole corner. And also at this point, you should have enough experience to have enough energy in your mind to focus on the details of the track, to focus on really specific corners, and I will teach you some more advanced types of corners. You're gonna understand the compound corners, double apexes, double lefts and double rights, deceiving corners that shoot you to the wrong spot, but if you know how to avoid that, you can find yourself in the perfect line still, blind corners, and even more types of corners and more techniques when it comes to understanding specific sectors of very difficult tracks and more. And by then, you should be able to go to level 4, where I will teach you the perfect limit, how to spend more and more time on neutral steer and extract peak lateral forces from the tires. That is, reaching the actual point where you're using the tires to their limit and getting as close as possible to the perfect lap time. I'm gonna give you pro level tips. Dynamic brake bias, which includes the actual brake bias and the engine braking. 3 tools for rotation, how to combine steering, engine braking, and trail braking perfectly to get the car to rotate as much as possible without getting too much speed, without destroying the tires and so on. Braking at different downforce levels, how to brake on a straight line on a Formula 1 versus a Formula 4 versus a Porsche Cup, and how to trail brake on a super high speed on a low downforce car versus a high downforce car and so on. Active versus passive driving, how to really manage the balance of the car all the time without having to wait for understeer and so on. How to manage the tire surface temperatures, how to drive cold tires because it's so important on the race tires and a lot of people just avoid practicing on cold tires because it doesn't feel good, and more. And at this point, you will experience your own precision development. Get to a point where hundreds of a second matter and reach a professional level of consistency, tire management, driving styles. You will be able to have different driving styles depending on what the car wants, and you will become a complete driver. So if you're a beginner, make sure you're really spending a lot of time on level 1 and 2. If you're an intermediate driver, do 1, 2, but then spend a lot of time on level 3 until you understand the corner details and everything else, everything about MRP and spirals. If you're a very advanced driver, really digest well level 4, and don't forget to revisit level 1, 2, 3 to make sure that you're not missing out on any bad habits or that you didn't forget any sort of foundational aspects of your driving style. In the next lesson, we are going to talk about what makes you a fast driver right here, Racing Psychology. I'll see you there.
For 10 years, I've played League of Legends, and for those 10 years, I really haven't questioned that decision as much as I probably should. League players infamously hate their own supposed favorite game, but not me. I've been Riot's biggest defender, their staunchest ally, their most loyal customer for a decade. The Rift calls, and I answer. But the Rift has changed a lot in the past decade. In fact, that's half the appeal. Riot can't get anything quite right enough to make it permanent, and that means that League is an ever-changing game, even more so than most other live service titles. When you're in the thick of these changes, it makes playing League a dynamic and engaging experience. But when those changes start to slow down, as they have in the past couple years, you're left with a game that's neither novel nor familiar. The game has stabilized, and as I look around, I'm reminded of the ship of Thesis, whose parts were swapped out one by one until not a single original part remained. Is it still really the same ship? Is League the same game? The answer to that isn't exactly a no, but I've slowly but surely been losing interest in League over the past several seasons. Unfortunately, the game leaves you with an itch that needs to be scratched. Some people call this an addiction, and in the absence of Riot's corrupting influence, it was only a matter of time until League's biggest rival came knocking. In the past several months, I've played more Dota than I'm willing to admit into a microphone, and today I want to talk to you about why Dota has me so invested. It makes sense to start with the big stuff, and in this case, I'm speaking literally, because Dota's map is huge. On a surface level, both maps are extremely similar. They both have 3 lanes, they both have stretches of jungle between those lanes, and they even both have a river flowing down the middle. but Dota's map absolutely dwarfs Summoner's Rift. Yes, there are the same number of lanes and the same number of towers, but Dota's map has about 30 jungle camps to League's 14, and the lanes themselves are much longer, which becomes obvious when you look at the large gaps between towers in comparison to League's borderline overlapping tower ranges. The playable surface area of Dota's map is further increased by critical differences in the way each respective game handles terrain. For all intents and purposes, anything that isn't the ground in League of Legends can be considered out of balance. Walls can be dashed through or jumped over by many champions, but elevated terrain cannot be warded, climbed onto, or really interacted with in any other meaningful way. But in Dota, elevation changes are a central part of gameplay. The map is absolutely covered with hills, stairs, and ramps of all kinds, and fighting from high ground gives you a massive advantage, both because you gain evasion from targets hitting you from lower elevation, and because by default, characters on lower elevation cannot see up a hill, but characters on higher elevation do have vision down the hill. This feature is part of a fairly robust vision system in which wards use line-of-sight logic to determine their vision radius, further incentivizing control of the high ground and especially incentivizing these highly contested warding spots across the map. But the line-of-sight system doesn't apply only to elevation, it also applies to trees, which in Dota cover the map. League also has trees, but they're a purely cosmetic part of the map. They're typically used as window dressing for walls and other uninteractable terrain elements. In Dota, trees are fully interactable game objects. They're independent from one another, and depending on who you're playing, they're fully destructible, grappleable, climbable, even throwable. Trees function similarly to bushes in League in that they obstruct vision, providing opportunities
Green.
for your opponents, but instead of literally making the people inside them invisible to the
Okay, here comes your first time lap.
bush, they just block line of sight while you escape, provided that they aren't chopped down before you TP out. But speaking of teleporting out, I don't actually want to talk about items as a whole just yet, but I do briefly want to discuss some of the universal options available to all players in
One
order
more
to
lap.
paint a more complete picture of how map design impacts gameplay. It's not difficult to see how a larger map with more room to farm could slow games down to a crawl. But in practice, Dota's potent arsenal of playmaking tools do a fairly good job of keeping the game moving. Teleportation scrolls are available in place of League's universal teleport back to Fountain, instead allowing you to TP to any of your team's structures on the map on a mere 80-second cooldown for the low cost of just 100 gold per use. You also get a free one at the start of each game and every time you die. So for most players, these aren't exactly going to be in short supply. This allows cross-map fights to break out at the drop of a hat, since any attempted gank can quickly snowball into a full 5v5 at virtually any point during the game, especially in the top and bottom lanes, which I forgot to mention are permanently joined by a teleportation gate with no cost or cooldown. And these teleports are actually used to join fights thanks to your courier, which is the single aspect of the game that feels so natural. I literally had to redraft this script something like 5 times before I even remembered to mention their existence. Rather than backing to the fountain and slowly walking back to lane once every couple minutes, your courier ferries items to and from the fountain for you, which allows you to actually keep playing the game. For a League player like myself, this is an unexpectedly novel concept, and now that it's occurred to me just how much of a League match is spent walking back and forth past my own towers, I'm really not sure I'm ever going to be willing to give up my courier again. But the presence of 10 players actually out there on the map, and even the abundance of cross-map teleports, isn't always enough to facilitate action. The last piece to the puzzle is Smoke of Deceit, a consumable item that allows the user, as well as any teammate in the radius, to maintain invisibility for up to 45 seconds, even when walking over wards. This invisibility is only broken once you walk into range of an enemy, allowing teams to scout out ganks on perma-farming carries that have no intention of leaving the jungle before the 60-minute mark.
Me staring at 23 unread messages knowing each response will take 10 minutes to type. We've all been there, typing, deleting, retyping. Now I use Whisperflow. I just think out loud and it creates perfect.
These options do counteract the map's size incredibly effectively, keeping the pace of action in your average match relatively high. In League of Legends, it's entirely feasible for a team to farm every camp on respawn, catch every wave, and protect every tower, keeping lane phase going for a large portion of your average game. Teams are disincentivized from leaving lane phase earlier than they absolutely have to because of the value of solo XP and farm, and split pushing is powerful enough that top laners specifically can get stuck on an island protecting their tower for the entire length of the match. Dota at least partially solves these problems by making the map too big to cover completely. The amount of resources on the map at any given time, whether that's waves, camps, or the multitude of small contestable objectives I haven't mentioned, like runes, lotus petals, and wisdom shrines, means that there's always going to be a play to make. The map size encourages teams to group early on in the game to prevent getting picked off, which in turn encourages skirmishing from a very early point. That's not to say that Dota doesn't feature its share of power farming. On the contrary, power farming heroes are often so powerful that their existence also reinforces the need to constantly skirmish as teams attempt to draw attention away from their late game win condition. In case you haven't noticed, the bulk of what I have to say about Dota so far is immensely positive. But before we move on to talking about positions, we have to talk about what Dota's map gets wrong, at least from my perspective. If it hasn't been mentioned before, even with the constant action, Dota games can run quite long. And in many cases, the blame can be placed squarely on this small hill, which elevates both bases above the rest of the map. All of the issues and difficulties associated with pushing into high ground are eventually unavoidable if you have any interest whatsoever in the game ever ending, and especially in lower elos, even relatively one-sided games can quickly devolve into 30 minutes of jungling simply because the winning team isn't coordinated enough to push high ground, despite being far too fed to ever lose fights otherwise. Even in League, which has no elevation system, breaking the base can be a big hurdle, and as a result, League has several failsafes in place designed to ensure a timely end to the match. Baron Nashor, League's cleverly named version of Roshan, gives a massive buff to minion waves that makes pushing towers much easier, allowing teams to often push all 3 waves in at once, and then essentially just watch the opponent bleed out from an inability to match in multiple lanes. And if that somehow isn't enough, Elder Dragon, another late game objective, gives a massive burn effect and genuinely broken execute to the team who secures it.
Alright, there's the checkered flag.
A quick teamfight win, immediately followed by an even quicker end to the game. In their own way, Dota's neutral objectives are strong, but they aren't idiot-proof in quite the same way. Roshan's Aegis, which for League players is essentially just a better one-time use Guardian Angel, does give the holder a hefty advantage in teamfights, but Dota's buyback system, which is accessible to everyone, allows you to instantly respawn for a hefty fee, which in turn allows the losing team to also get right back in the fight just as easily, provided you're fighting in their base and they have the presence of mind to keep some gold in reserve. The other neutral objective, Tormentor, gives a kind of nice ability upgrade to one player permanently, but this ability upgrade can also just be bought for 1400 gold without having to wrangle the entire team into the distant corner of the map that Valve has chosen to hide Tormentor in. And as a result, I've literally seen the objective taken in maybe 5 to 10 of my hundreds of games. The lack of truly idiot-proof game-ending objectives past the 40 to 45 minute mark means that, especially in lower
The estimated strength of field is 920.
70-minute stalemates are infinitely more common.
Tight field today, look for opportunities. Green flag, green flag. Car right. Stay on the left. Still there. Clear on the right. Car right, you're on the left, 3 wide. Clear all around. You've got wheel damage. Looks like one of your wheels is out of alignment. You'll have less grip out there. Slow car ahead. Car stop on the left. Car stop on the left. Go right. Go left. Go right. Car right. Clear on the right. Car stopped ahead. There's an incident ahead. Right side. Go left. Keep to the left. Clear on the right. Right side. Keep to the left. Clear on the right.
Everything be careful.
Left side. Clear. You cut that corner and got a slow down penalty. 10 minutes to go. Pit box in 10, 5, 3, 2, 1. Right here. Go, go, go! 5 minutes to go. That was your fastest lap of the session. New fastest lap for you. You've got the fastest lap. The leader just did a 48.178.
Oh, fuck, bro.
Last lap. Optional repairs are 0. Sec. Green, green, green. Okay, here comes your first timed lap.
Fuck, bro. What the fuck is this?
My work is easy because I use ClickUp. Here's how I keep track of all my tasks. I start by brain dumping everything I need to get done in a list view.
The Freedom of Information Act is a U.S. law which allows the citizens to ask for records from their government. The official website says the basic function of the Freedom of Information Act is to ensure informed citizens vital to the functioning of a democratic society. Sadly, that is not often what we are getting. This is a response I got when I submitted a FOIA request. I've submitted many, and then I got a letter in the mail from what's called a negotiation team, because essentially they said your request is going to take a very long time because it's a large request and we'd like to negotiate with you basically to lower the request so we can do it in a faster amount of time. And I thought, okay, that's reasonable. I'm going to go ahead and try to negotiate with you guys. So I messaged them back, and my idea was sort of to discuss what the documents were, maybe so that we could, negotiate better. But the first thing they tell me is they're limited in what they can discuss since the potentially responsive documents haven't been reviewed by a FOIA analyst. So at this point, I'm kind of flying blind of what I'm even negotiating about. But then I find out that the current average wait time to complete your extra large track request is 79 months. If you don't know, that's over 6 years it would take for my Freedom of Information Act, this transparency request, to actually go through. And so essentially I'm forced to negotiate. And they say if I want 0 to 50 pages, it'll take 8 months to go through. If I want anything more than that, and they say even one release of media, some of the documents were video or audio, although of course I didn't know what the video or audio was of, but they said it would take 3 years to complete, or 36 months. Medium track requests of 2 releases or media, the current average time is 44 months to complete. Guys, they have me over the barrel with my life as basically currency in when I'm going to get these files. And from here, I kind of went down a rabbit hole on finding out how big of a problem this really is within our government. People asking for records, but because the backlog is so large now, it takes forever to get them. This is a website called Joseph L. Brechner's Freedom of Information Project, and they monitor the denials, the requests, the delays in order to find out what's going on with this transparency project of our government. And what they've been finding is that over time, the amount of people who are actually having their full requests granted has been going steadily down. The amount of files in the backlog has gone steadily up. And this is all pre the current administration. To be clear, the whole Department of Government Efficiency is expected to have actually fired a lot of the people involved here. So whatever the problems were before, they're actually expected to get way worse. But you need to understand how bad the problem already was in 2024. Because what you'll find is that fully granted requests, aka people getting what they asked for, has been steadily declining since 2010. It was at a high of 38% of all requests. In 2023, it was 16%. And in 2024, it dropped to an all-time low of 12%. And bear in mind, that number is expected to have gone lower. So 12% of the people who ask for information from our government under a act called the Freedom of Information Act, only 12% of them actually get what they're asking for. Not to mention, the number of backlogged requests has been steadily increasing, of course, making sense of why it was going to take so long for them to get me my files. And as a response to this, there have been people who actually sue the government to try to get information on time. This is also at an all-time high, and it cost the government about $54 million to defend these FOIA lawsuits of people just griping that
that they're, of course, not getting their FOIA requests done in a timely manner. And by the way, I absolutely applaud people suing the government to get
The estimated SOF is 869. Tight field today. Look for opportunities. Still waiting on 2 cars to grid. Green, green, green.
What the fuck? What the fuck?
Car on your left.
Bro, please.
You're in the middle, 3 wide. Clear on the left, 2 wide. You're on the right, 3 wide. Car on your left, 2 wide. Clear. We got damage on the front end. That aero damage is probably slowing you a lot. Car right. Keep to the left. Still there, hold your line. Clear. Ten minutes to go. You're in 5th. Right side. Clear on the right. Car right. Clear on the right.
Oh my god, you did it twice or what, bro? What the fuck you are?
The car behind has gone off.
You will become a good race car driver, bro.
You got a slow car on the right. You got a slow car on the left. Car stop on the left. The car in P1 just set the fastest lap. 46.679. New fastest lap for you. Car stopped on the right. Go right.
What
Left
the
side.
fuck, bro?
Stay on the right. Clear.
What the hell are we doing itu? Oh my god. What the fuck?
All the damage is repairable. Five minutes to go.
Wait, who's the name, bro?
clear. Punch it.
Information, and one of those people is Jason Leopold. He has been suing the government for documents for 10 years, and he's had 93 FOIA lawsuits to try to get information from our government on time. And recently, he sued them about, yes, the Epstein files. You knew I was getting to it eventually. He published this great article inside the FBI's review and redaction of the Epstein files, and it gives us an inside look. But I want to say from the outset, it's impossible to know when we would have gotten these files, except for the fact that this guy literally had to, 1, submit a FOIA request, and then 2, he had to sue the government to get it. He sued the FBI to compel the release of these documents, and this morning he got a partially redacted record from the FBI. Big surprise. And amongst these emails, it reveals what the FBI called an Epstein Transparency Project. And in some instances, they referred to it as the Special Redaction Project, which I can't imagine two titles for projects that sound different. Was it the Special Redaction Project or was it the Transparency Project, guys? I'm not sure we figured this one out. Now, what is so remarkable about this is that in March of 2025, the FBI spent about $850,000 in overtime paying FBI agents ostensibly to review the Epstein files as part of this redaction project. So almost $1 million just in overtime was spent in order to redact documents. But what's so interesting about this is that, of course, we didn't actually get this release of documents. If you remember, in February of 2025, that was the last time we got anything from the DOJ or FBI besides that memo that said basically there's nothing to see here, nothing to look at. But in between the time that they released something and the time they said there's nothing to see there, that's when they had the Special Redaction Project. Now, again, I want to say, we wouldn't have any of this except for the remarkable reporting that was done to basically sue the government to get over the bureaucratic hurdles that are in our way that are preventing transparency from coming out. I mean, it's just like totally remarkable that we have any of this at all. And I want to say this should all give us pause when we get the Epstein files eventually. I know the government says now they're going to release them. I believe this is actually post-redaction, right? So the government went through these and they redacted the documents. Now they have a bunch of redacted documents. They paid $1 million to redact. That's apparently what we're going to get. So yeah, I just wanted to peel back the lack of transparency. It's both a systemic issue that predates this current administration. It involves backlogs, delays, but it's also critically important to understand, especially in a time where we are demanding things of the government and they are actively redacting it. However, when it does come out, I'm committed to getting it to all of you in the best format possible. So, as part of that, I had tried to start putting together a database of all the Epstein files until I realized kind of a lot of people were doing that. So I teamed up with the best website out there so far. It's called Jmail. It's free. And basically it's Gmail, but you're logged in as Jeffrey Epstein. So you can see the emails as if you are logged in to his account. It's just like a formatting thing. It's really nice. So yeah, I'm going to link them below. We partnered up this week. It's completely free. We're just doing this as a way to get more transparency in the Epstein situation, despite the fact we kind of know that there's a huge push for there not to be transparency. And yeah, that's basically it.
Step up every moment with Reiwa.
Living style.
And the final detail that I especially like about this game is the quality of the cutscenes. The anime style is beautifully designed with beautiful scenes, images, sounds, and action. I'd like to highlight the latest boss fight scene I just encountered. For me, it's a fight scene with quite fun gameplay. The scene is beautifully done.
Both of us. Yeah. Yo, thank you guys for watching us this morning. Thank you.
We just went straight into the wall.
Oh shit. Soon we'll have the hypers, by the way.
Literally like ACC, you just flew up into the air and through the barrier.
Oh no. Yo, Safi, pushing, man, pushing. Working on a strategy. Jakub, horrible. It's lagging like crazy, man. It's getting worse in my opinion. Like at the start of the race it was lagging, but it was not that bad, but now it's worse than, it's the same as yesterday. Oh, sorry, Thursday. It's very bad, very bad. Thanks so much, guys, for leaving a like on the stream. Can we make it 500 likes? Thanks so much. Thank you so much for supporting, guys.
If you can save the extra lap, that'd be insane. But if not, it just means quick stuff.
Yeah, basically, if you think about it, as Bajed is saying, this point of this race is to stress test the service and find the problems. Because when we were doing the 4-hour Imola, we had 700 teams joining for 4-hour Imola, and everything was fine. 8-hour Kota, everything was fine. But the 12-hour Spa was lagging a bit at the beginning, and this race is lagging a lot. And there's also some issues that server, I think 10 or something didn't work. Server 1 earlier yesterday crashed, so yeah, hopefully they will fix it. Hello, Lando. Hi. Yo, thanks for buying my shirt, man. Thank you so much. Super good, guys, super good. Thank you so much. I'm just like enjoying the race as it lasts so far because it's a lot of fun. It's a good challenge, and as if there's some issue, I hope it's gonna happen like earlier than later. Like let's say the servers will die or something. I hope it's not gonna happen 20 hours into the race, but it's gonna happen 12 hours into the race. But I mean, the setup is mega. I love how it's good in the last sector. You can really lean into the tires.
Yeah, good. I think we have to thank Mathieu as well for testing the stiffer springs on the rear.
This car likes to be stiff and low. Not like the bus setup we have been driving in the hypercar at the Kota. With like maximum ride height on the rear. I really wonder why is it lagging though. I think personally, the reason why is it lagging in this race and it was lagging at Spa is because there is 62 teams on one grid, and from each team there's like 3-4 people on a server. So let's say there's 200, 300 people, right, on the server. And I think it's a similar thing that we used to have in ACC when we were doing some big races in ACC in like a driver swap. They had to ask people to have like, in ACC basically we had the rule in like LFM and the SRO that you can have like maximum of 2 drivers on a server from each team. So there's not like too many people, right? But obviously in this game there's nothing. And I think that's what's causing the issue. Because when you have a 38 car grid and you have like 3 people from each team, that's obviously way less as a stress. So therefore, I think that's what's causing all the problem. I feel like the spectator pushing the limit because it's like 300 people on the server and it's like just not keeping up. I swear if like everybody would leave from the server for who's spectating, I think everything would be completely fine. But it's obviously not gonna happen because then there will be some other issues that people cannot join, for example. But I think literally, I think that's 100% the issue, like 100%. Because it's the same with ACC, like ACC had the same problem.
I definitely think because everyone is just joining now and then not leaving, there's like massive stress on the server.
Yeah, the good thing is devs are watching. We also, me and George on a Thursday, we send them our files with the info, like what was happening with the game. So they did already some change with the servers, but I think this is like more something else.
At least we're able to drive, though.
Yeah, so far.
So far.
Yeah. So far it's awesome. I actually have a great time. I'm very enjoying it. The car is great to drive. Also, by the way, hypercar, first hypercar is around 10 seconds behind me.
let's hope you don't get e-sported by all the fast drivers.
Yeah. They were complaining the most on the eSport Discord. They were complaining the most about LMP2 drivers. They were like, hopefully LMP2 drivers will not decide the race like in the dailies. The good thing is we have a big gap now to P6, 7, 8. Like the first pit stop made a big difference, but I think some people may change some tires, or they were just slow. Man, I must say the leader is like pushing very heavily though.
Yeah, the leaders are definitely pushing. They're doing crazy laps.
Yeah.
But then P3, P4, P5, and P6 is pretty much all the same pace.
Okay, okay. The tires are fine. Worn, a bit slippery, but it's okay. You just have to be careful not to overdone it in some places.
Green flag, green flag. Okay, here comes your first timed lap. The estimated strength of field is 953. There are a lot of points on the table. Be smart and get a good finish. Green, green, green.
What the fuck, bro? You again? What?
The leader's pitting now.
I will report you too, fucking dog shit.
Go left. Okay, you are the leader. 10 minutes to go. You've got the fastest lap. Five minutes to go. There's an incident ahead. That car is a lap down. Car right. Still there. Hold your line. Still there. Clear. I need one more good lap. You won. Dinner's on me. Green flag, green flag. Okay, here comes your first timed lap. One more lap. Slow down. You got a penalty for cutting the course. There's the flag. It's over. The estimated strength of field is 933. Green flag, green flag. For 10 minutes to go. 5 minutes to go.
Fuck me, bro.
All the damage is repairable.
Right? Right, I will be back and I will check the Discord.
Car 11 has taken the lead.
Not too good through. Trust me. I think there's like 300 new messages.
They have put 10 minute timeouts on Discord? Oh shit. Are people spamming or something?
Saving fuel well. I've got like 0.2 of a lap spare, so doing it in a way that feels comfortable. So if I save any extra, it's just less time and stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you're doing really well.
Can't keep a positive reinforcement like that. I'm now going to crash.
All clear. Punch it.
Oh my god.
The leader just did a 47.339. White flag this time.
I'm psychiatrist Dr. Eric Bender. Let's answer your question.
I don't buy Campbell's products barely anymore, so I don't think, now that I know what the in it, even in a can of soup, I look at meat, bioengineered meat. I don't want to eat a piece of chicken that came from a 3D printer, you?
That has to be one heck of a 3D printer if it can print chicken meat. I don't think it exists, and it shouldn't anyways. I do like my can of soup for breakfast, though. It's been like that for me for more than 20 years, on and off. So what's unhealthy about this? From a medical standpoint, in acute illness, not much. I can think of 3 things, but they cater to a subset of people who have specific health problems. Let's get this one out of the way first. Fats, carbs, proteins. None of these will put you in the hospital. I don't care about those values at all in context of a can of soup getting you critically ill. The sodium is a little high, but almost everyone has kidneys. These remove sodium. If you have heart or kidney problems, then you'll want to reconsider canned soup or go with the low sodium. Sodium tends to hold on to water, and having excess sodium linger because your kidneys are broken or absent so they can't remove it, fluid overloads you, and that can screw up your heart. If you don't have those problems and you're physically active, I wouldn't worry about this at all. Food allergies, eggs, milk, soy. Those can put you in the hospital if you're severely sensitive. If you have this, you'll know. The final one that I can think of is if you have celiac disease and the canned soup has wheat. Wheat has gluten. Celiac disease is hypersensitivity to gluten, and that can put you in the hospital. Bonus, if you see a horribly deformed can that's been exposed to air for a long time on the shelf, that could have botulism. I'm not sure if maybe this guy had never worked in a restaurant before. Once you see how your food is made, you'll never want to eat again. But in a couple hours, you'll be eating again. You might be eating right now. Food preferences change over time, and what you eat ebbs and flows over the years. Reevaluate as necessary for your current condition and get on happily with your life. A Campbell's Soup executive allegedly said,
I don't buy Campbell's products barely anymore, so I don't think, now that I know what the in it, even in a can of soup, I look at meat, bioengineered meat. I don't want to eat a piece of chicken that came from a 3D printer, you?
That has to be one heck of a 3D printer if it can print chicken meat. I don't think it exists, and it shouldn't anyways. I do like my can of soup for breakfast, though. It's been like...
From the internet. This is mental health support. At Pink Penguin writes, someone please educate me. What does psychotic mean? Psychotic means a break from reality. You are experiencing things that other people might not be. That can include auditory hallucinations, hearing things other people might not be hearing, visual hallucinations, although those are rarer. You might have delusions, fixed false beliefs you believe are true despite other people showing you evidence that those aren't true. Psychotic does not mean someone is going to commit crimes. At Andrea H. Perez, how does depression make you exhausted, but then sometimes I'm too sad to even sleep? When you're depressed, your circadian rhythms are off. In fact, one of the first things we ask patients about is sleep. People don't realize it. They have this picture that when you're depressed, you might sleep more, but in fact, it's the opposite. You wake up early, and people are like, why am I waking up at 5 o'clock in the morning, not even setting an alarm? It's because your sleep cycle has been phase shifted or phase advanced. You go to bed earlier and you wake up earlier. We think this has to do with a lack of neurotransmitters when you're depressed. So there's less serotonin, norepinephrine, and there's less acetylcholine. And for some reason, this makes us wake up early. At Atten Supreme, anyone else think stress is contagious? I'll tell you, watching high school students in the Bay Area go through the college application process, I can absolutely tell you it is contagious. There was a study that looked at an audience watching a speech being given by someone who was very anxious. Saliva samples were then gathered from the audience as well as the presenter. The saliva had increased cortisol levels, which is that stress hormone, not only in the presenter, but in the audience. So stress is absolutely contagious. Atman with a lack of nerve is advanced. Stress is contagious? I'll tell you, just wake up early. At Atten Supreme, anyone else think stress is contagious? I'll tell you, watching high school students in the Bay Area go through the college application process, I can absolutely tell you it is contagious. There was a study that looked at an audience watching a speech being given by someone who was very anxious. Saliva samples were then gathered from the audience as well as the presenter. The saliva had increased cortisol levels, which is that stress hormone, not only in the presenter, but in the audience. So stress is absolutely contagious. At Say Baby is asking, can depression be hypnotized out of you? No. Hypnotherapy is very effective for some things. It can help people with smoking cessation. It can help people decrease their temper. Sometimes hypnotherapy can also be used to treat sleep disorders and insomnia. It cannot change the level of neurotransmitters in your brain that are correlated with depression. Some people are more hypnotizable than others. When you look at this eye roll chart, it gives you a sense of a gradient, how hypnotizable somebody might be. You ask them to look up into their head. When they're looking straight ahead, that's a 0. Then 1 is slightly, you start to see a little bit of white. Then you start to see more white. The scale goes all the way down to 4, being you see mostly white, almost exorcist style. There is a correlation between those that show a lot of white when they roll their eyes and being able to be hypnotized easily. DJ Leapcard asks, what's the difference between a psychologist and a psychiatrist, and which one do I need to see? Well, a psychiatrist has gone to medical school, so they can prescribe medications. If you're feeling overwhelmed and need to talk to somebody, a therapist would be fine. That could be a psychologist or a psychiatrist. If there's suspicion that medication is needed, then a psychiatrist is the one you'd want to see. At Bellmaps wants to know, question for psychiatrists, counselors, how do you not cry? Well, at Bellmaps, to be honest, sometimes I do get tearful with patients. We are human after all, even though some people don't think we are. At Mets4Nin33, do personality disorders work on a spectrum? Like, can you have mild disorder of narcissism? Absolutely, there's a spectrum here. You can absolutely have narcissistic traits. When it's unhealthy is when you start to think only of yourself. Fantasies and obsessions over unlimited power or beauty. And then the full-blown disorder, you could go as far as to be a malignant narcissist. You have a lack of empathy and don't really care about other people. This is where we find psychopaths. At Resilience Doc, how do you think the brain-gut connection works? Preclinical data, meaning data and how you start, there's a person don't think we are. Sometimes I do get psychiatrists, counselors. How do you not cry? Well, at Bellmaps, to be honest, sometimes I do get tearful with patients. We are human after all, even though some people don't think we are. At Mets4Nin33, do personality disorders work on a spectrum? Like, can you have mild disorder of narcissism? Absolutely, there's a spectrum here. You can absolutely have narcissistic traits. When it's unhealthy is when you start to think only of yourself. Fantasies and obsessions over unlimited power or beauty. And then the full-blown disorder, you could go as far as to be a malignant narcissist. You have a lack of empathy and don't really care about other people. This is where we find psychopaths. At Resilience Doc, how do you think the brain-gut connection works? Preclinical data, meaning data and research from animals, not people, shows that there's a relationship between the brain, the gut, and the microbiota, or the bacteria that populate your gut. What we found was that in some stress-induced rodents, they ended up having short-chain fatty acids, and what we find is there's actually less serotonin produced in the stress-induced rodent's gut. Now, that's not the same serotonin that's in your brain. Yes, it's the same structure, but that serotonin in your gut doesn't cross the blood-brain barrier. However, what we find is that the inflammation that is caused during the stress causes the vagus nerve, which is involved in depression, to not fire the way it's supposed to. And so as a result, this inflammation might have something to do with a depressive state. It suggests that with a healthy gut and healthy microbiome, we can actually have improved mood. Okay, next question. At Dariz Nobot wants to know, when did psychiatry start? Well, formal psychiatry can be traced back to the 19th century. We used to have a group of doctors called alienists, and their job was to understand and treat and be with people who had an alienation from the rest of society that was due to mental health issues. In 1895, Freud wrote Studies in Hysteria. Some consider that the birth of psychoanalysis. Why does no one talk about how depression and anxiety can cause major memory loss? Depression really can make us have memory issues. What we think that has to do with is a lack of glutamate. Glutamate is the excitatory neurotransmitter, and when there's less of that, we find that people don't lay down memory. Processing speed of somebody with a depressed mind can be 40% below what it is when they're not depressed.
the fuck now?
Happening.
Green, green, green. Okay, here comes your first time lap. Suerte a todos. The estimated strength of field is 983. lot of opportunities today. Head down. Pick your battle. Waiting on the final cast grid.
¿Se me oye? ¿Se escucha?
Green, green, green. Right side. Still there. Clear on the right. There's an incident ahead. You got a slow car on the right. Car on your left. Clear on the left. Go right.
Bro.
Bravo, bravo, bravo.
Bravo, amigo.
All the damage is repairable.
Muy bien, colega. Perfecto.
3 bien.
Ten minutes to go. Green. Still there. Right side. Still there. Clear on the right. There's an incident ahead. Green, green. All the
3 bien.
Still there. Clear on the right. Green, green, green. Okay, punch it. Right side. Still there. Clear on the right. The car in P1 just set the fastest lap. 46.729. Car on your left, clear. Five minutes to go. That was your fastest lap of the session. The car in P4 just set the fastest lap. 46.533. Right side. Keep to the left. Clear. Car stop on the left. Slow car ahead. Go left. There's an incident behind. Car stopped on the right. Slow car ahead. There's an incident ahead. Slow car ahead. Go left. You're pulling away from the car behind. The gap is 8.5 seconds. Left side. Clear on the left. The car in P1 just set the fastest lap. 45.877. You just got the white flag. That means one more lap to go. That was your fastest lap of the session.
Yeah, I think that's enough for today. Because I'm so tired. Okay, thank you.